for my birthday, which is coming up very, very soon. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. And as promised, I will build the LEGO Daily Bugle on stream without the instructions right now. I was supposed to start half an hour ago, but there were some technical difficulties. But let's get on with it. I initially wanted to put my face in like a little corner and have two cameras running side by side. I tried to set that up, but I ran into some technical difficulties. So we'll just do things the old-fashioned way for today, and maybe at some point in the future I can figure out how to make that work. So without further ado, let's flip the camera and look at the Daily Bugle box. There might be a small delay. And there we go. There's the Daily Bugle. And let's see here. I hear an echo. Let me get rid of that in a moment. No, I don't want to get rid of the music, just this. And yeah, there we go. So we see here the box overall. It's quite a large box, if I do say so myself. Very tall, very, very tall. And in fact, it barely fits in frame. I'm like at a severe angle just to make it work. On the top, we see a bunch of the mini figures with the names. We don't always get the names, so it's good that they gave us the names this time, just so if you're not entirely familiar with who's who, you can figure that out real quick. So this is mighty convenient. I'm not going to name them all, but you probably recognize Spider-Man at the very least. Yeah, that's a very excellent minifigure lineup. A lot of these are exclusive and will always be exclusive to this set. As for the rest of the box, it shows the Daily Bugle against a boring black background, but at least the set is colorful enough. I like the red here and here, but I'm going to reserve most of my thoughts until we build the set itself. On the back of the box, this thing is very difficult to move, by the way, especially because I'm holding my recording device with the other hand. I'm trying not to cause an accident. Yeah, I don't have a lot of space to maneuver right here. But yeah, this is the back of the box. And basically here we can see how this is a modular building, just like the standard LEGO modulars. So it splits up into multiple modules like this. That's pretty useful. Here's a look at the back of the set. So the back of the box actually contains the back of the set, and that's actually useful for us when building it without the instructions, because I can use this as a reference. And if you look here, we can see basically close-ups of each of the levels. This will also be mighty useful, I would say. Here are the dimensions of the set. And now let's open the box and see what's inside. I will open it from the tops just to make things easier to put back in place when I'm done with the set eventually. So yeah, let's cut the tape. Cutting the tape on this sealed set. There's 3 tapes here. I'll pause the music for now and find a more suitable instrumental track at some point. Plastic bags, no paper bags here. And I'll dump them all. Oh, there's not that many pieces here. I hope everything's okay. I'm only using one hand here, so I can't go super fast. But by the way, before removing most of the bags, I'll put the bags back just so you see how full the box is. So there's basically this amount of stuff in the box with the box is like, let's say 80% full. If I press these down, it will be a bunch more. I'm having a glitch with YouTube. I don't know. Am I still live? I'm not sure. Throw something in the chat if you're here and you can hear me and see me, because it's looking a bit weird on my side. Huh. I think it's back to normal. So yeah, I'm gonna basically just dump the bags, and since I'm dealing with the bags one by one, might as well sort them along the way. So I'll basically put them into useful piles, basically groups of bags. And then later we'll sort them into exact bags, basically. So let's do, for example, 1 to 5, and from 6 to 10, basically groups of 5. So 5, 10, 15, so up to 5, up to 10, up to 15, and then up to 20. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. I do notice that there's some duplicate bags as well. So multiple of the same bag, I don't like that. But that's the way that LEGO used to do things up until very recently. So we will just have to live with that in this set, unfortunately. However, this set is retiring soon, so if you want to get it, now is your chance. Still on sale at lego.com, last time I checked, but from what I understand, it's not going to be on sale for much, much longer. So if you want it after the fact, you're going to have to spend some serious money on it. So that's important to keep in mind. And it looks like there's actually an interior bag as well. So what I'm going to do, just to make my review here, because I do want to do a review of the set, is I'm going to actually lay out these bags and show a camera view of them. Then I'll come back to the others and the stuff in the white box. I'll move this off camera just because I'm running out of space here. So let me do that. Thank you, Break Reporter. I will get on with the build as soon as I sort through these bags. There's so many bags, and when I'm doing things live, I can't speed things up. And thank you for the birthday wishes. I really appreciate that. Bag 9, bag 10, bag 11, 12, 15, 13, 14, 14, this system of having many bags was very confusing to customers, which is why LEGO stopped doing this recently. I'm very happy that they did stop. So in the set, outside of the numbered white box, we get these bags numbered from 9 to 16, but there are multiple bags per number. So for example, there are 2 bags 16, 2 bags 12, 1, 2, 3 bags 11, 1, 2 bags 10, 1 bag 9, 2 bags 13, 4 bags 14. I think that's the most I've ever seen in a single set. So this is bag 14, this is bag 14, this is bag 14, and so is this. So if you're a customer and for whatever reason you have a problem with bag 14, you call LEGO customer service, they're not going to know which one. So I guess that's another reason why they stopped doing this. So yeah, basically from bags 9 to 16, they're outside of the white box. And this is the point where I usually hit pause, do stuff off camera and come back. But I cannot do that when I'm doing things live. So you're gonna have to watch me put these away and get the white box. And that's very likely gonna contain bags 1 through 8, but we'll find out very soon. And just so people don't get bored, I'm gonna try to see if I can find some classical music to play in the background, because I know you want to see me build stuff and not do the sorting. But on the other hand, let me know in the chat if you don't care about the unboxing, you just want to see the build, in which case I'll do the unboxing ahead of time and I'll just get right into the build if nobody cares about the unboxing anyway. So you tell me. And of course, live streaming on YouTube, we have all these copyright restrictions that we have to abide by. There's lots of music that I like to enjoy, but I cannot play that music here legally. So let's give this a try. If you have suggestions for good copyright-free music that you'd like to share, please let me know in the chat as well. Behind the scenes, I'm of course getting the white box. Which is easier said than done. Once again, thank you for your patience as I put these bags away. It won't take too long. Here is the white box. So it's about the size of many larger Lego sets. So if you get like a $150, $200 set, it would be about this size of box. So let's open this and see what's inside. And thankfully here, no push tabs, just the tapes. And this one, it's a bit more manageable, so I can just do this as I usually do. So here we got the instructions and a sticker sheet. I'll come back to that. We get a dark bluish gray base plate. We've seen these many times before. And we get a bunch of numbered bags and this unnumbered bag as well. We'll get back to that. So bag 1 is right here. Convenient. Bag 2. 8. 5. Lots of stuff in bag 5. 6 is heavy. 4, bag 1, 2, 4, 3, 7, 8, 2, 7, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, 3. Finally, 5. Okay, there we go. Kind of. Inside the white box, we get the first 8 groups of bags. So multiple bags 1, multiple bags 2, and so on, all the way to bags 8, of which there are 1, 2, 3 bags. We also get this unnumbered bag that does not have any number and basically contains large or specialized pieces. So with that out of the way, let's start with bag number 1. I'll put these pieces in the white box. I'll put the bags in the white box, just to make it easy to retrieve them later in order. I'm just getting settled in right now. Won't be too long. Just moving cables and a bunch of other stuff around. So now I can finally put this on the tripod. So at least you're not looking at nothingness. And let's see. I'm going to be building everything on this base plate. So we need to have this entirely in frame. But at the same time, I don't want it to be too far, because then it's a bit uncomfortable to reach all the way there. So I want to bring it as close as I can without like overstretching. And then if I'm working on this part, I can bring it a bit closer. So that's pretty much what it's going to be like. All right. So bags 1 are ready. This unnumbered bag, take a very quick look at it right now. A bunch of printed pieces. I didn't realize that these were printed. I thought that everything here was a sticker. In more recent Marvel sets, everything was a sticker except for like the calculator piece that was printed. So to have all these prints here, this really increased my opinion of the set. I do know there's stickers, and speaking of which, now it's time to see how bad really are the stickers. So I'll bring the cardboard sleeve out, and let's see what we're dealing with here. So again, let's open this. And okay, 2 sticker sheets at least, including some massive stickers. so in terms of sticker sheets, we have this very large sticker sheet right here. Yeah, that's pretty big. I've never seen a Lego sticker this large. This might be the largest Lego sticker ever. So yeah, that's definitely interesting. So yeah, one last look at this sticker sheet. And I'm going to do actually a recap for the people who are watching this for the review. In this cardboard sleeve, we got 2 sticker sheets, including one of the largest stickers that I've ever seen. So this is a normal sticker sheet right here. And then we also have a clear back sticker sheet right here with a bunch of stickers that don't have any backing to them. And these stickers, you need to be very, very careful when applying them because you only have one chance. If you peel them off, they're going to appear very, very ugly. So that is something important to keep in mind. I will be using the break separator included with the set to apply the stickers. There's also an instruction manual. This is done using the older style with the colorful background instead of having everything on white, which is the more modern style of instructions. And we do see here, well, some information about the set at the very beginning. So this is all available on lego.com, so I'm not going to spend too much time here. But if there's a picture with the designer, then I'll take a look at that. One thing they don't do that much anymore is including a listing of all the minifigures and descriptions in multiple languages. So taking a look at just some of them as an example, we don't really get this these days. Now we have to look up this information online. So it's pretty cool that LEGO did this in their instructions for this set. Okay, so this is the LEGO designer working on the set. That's pretty cool. And this is actually the graphics designer. So there's 2 LEGO designers. There's one who designs the building, the structure, and one who does the graphics. So that's pretty cool. And at this point, they just tell you open the set and build it. And actually, another thing that LEGO used to do a few years ago, they no longer do this, is they tell you what each bag group builds. So this is pretty useful. These are the building phases that I keep referring to, where you can see like what each bag or what groups of bags build. So this is pretty nice. And here they're showing the progression. So bags 6, 7, 8, they don't build the whole thing, but when you add this to what was there before, it's like an accumulation of what was there. And then same thing for these bags and these bags. They also show you which minifigures come in which bags, which is pretty useful information to have, honestly. So I wish that LEGO would keep on doing this more and more. They know how to do this. They've been doing this up until very recently, so they should keep on doing it. And they also show you like bag 1 specifically builds this. So I will rely only on this building phase. I will not look at the rest of the instructions, and I'll figure out how to do bag 1, and same thing for all the other bags. I'll put this away off camera just because not enough space for it here. And I will also refer to the 3D view of this set, which is available online, just because it's pretty hard to see the set from all the angles. And just as a reminder, this was the most voted set in all the sets I had in a poll. I had this plus 3 other sets, and this set won by 40%. Just a set that most people want to see. If you have other suggestions for sets to do in the future, leave a comment and share in the chat or anything like that, just to let me know what you want to see me build. But it looks like a lot of you want to see me build this first, so without further ado, let's get started. Right, so we're gonna open the bags. And here we have 2 bags, so what I'll do is I'll open them and have them in 2 piles. So one pile for like this bag one and another pile for this other bag one. And the reason I do that is just because they're not gonna have like the same parts. So doing it this way makes sure that I don't have to like search too much for like a tile, for example. All right, let's open the bags. And I think it's actually going to be easier if I put the pieces here. So I'll show you the pieces, then I'll move them off camera just to make it like easier for me to build. So yeah, let's do that. And sometimes the minifigure parts are split across bags as well. So the first thing I'll do is build the minifigure. So we'll just search for that as well. Just have a small interruption in terms of that ad. If you see any special pieces, do let me know. But I do think that it's mostly standard pieces at this point. I don't see anything here that's like jumping out to me as unique or super special so far. But that will not be the case for future bags. And within this bag, there are 2 other bags. So I'll put these in like their own piles as well. Basically, every independent bag should go in its own pile, just to avoid any mix-up. All right, so interesting parts are mainly the minifigure parts. Everything else here is pretty standard from what I can see. Oh, this is a drum lacquered metallic silver piece. These are not very common, but they're very nice to get. And I hope this piece does not retire because I want to have a ton of these. Brick separator in teal. We've seen this many times before. And yeah, let's put together the minifigure. So she has both an alarmed expression as well as a happy one. Let's make her happy by default. Yeah, that looks good. She has some nice hair. And of course the legs. Where are the legs? Yeah, right here. I wish they printed the legs, but it's probably too much to ask from LEGO at this point. So there is our first minifigure. And this is of course Aunt May. Yeah, I checked the box just to be absolutely sure, but yeah, I know that this is Aunt May. So she's gonna watch us build the entire Daily Bugle since she's here first. All right, so now I'll just move the pieces over and we'll start putting things on the base plate. Oh, I didn't notice this before, but we have a rat. That's funny as well. That's nice to get. And probably the instructions are going to say to put him somewhere, but it's an animal. He's going to move around the place, so I may or may not put him where the instructions say, depending on my mood. We might move him around throughout the build. All right, so with that being said, let's get building. There's this one purple piece here for whatever reason. I'm assuming it's not a mistake. So for those of you who don't know, I usually hide these sprue marks whenever I can on my LEGO builds. So I'll put this here in this way. And the others that are in the middle don't really matter. It's just the ones that are at the edges. So I start with the edges first. Usually that's how I build modular buildings. These ones can go wherever. So for those of you who are watching live or watching the replay later, if this goes on replay, which is your favorite Marvel character ever and why? It looks like we already have a sticker to apply. It's the New York manhole cover. For whatever reason, this is on a trans clear background. So for these type of stickers, to make sure they're aligned properly, what I like to do is put them on the grid. So in this case, I'll just put it here. It's not the place for it, but just so this piece is aligned to the grid. And here, this does have a sprue mark, so I want this to be pointing inwards. And then the text is supposed to go this way. That's the default. Of course, these are all suggestions. Instructions are just suggestions. You can always do things your own way, but they want the text to go this way. I guess this is the most accurate to the source material. So using the brick separator, again, we only have one chance to get this right, so we'll try not to mess it up. Okay, that's not too bad. All right, cool. First sticker is a great success, as they say. And we'll save this for when we actually apply the piece in its proper place. So interestingly enough, they have like some cracked pavement in the corners, which is something they've also done with the X Mansion from 2024. They don't do that with the regular modulars, the ones that are not licensed. So I'm wondering why there's a difference there. I also know there's a mistake in the original Daily Bugle instructions that they supposedly fixed in future versions. It's a very minor mistake, so it won't affect us in any way for this build, but just something to keep in mind. If you have the set and if you follow the instructions closely, you might actually end up with some minor issues. Actually, I got these pieces off by one, so I'll have to move them up like this because there's going to be a 1x2 here. Good thing I only applied this column and not the entire grid. But again, I'm trying to do the perimeter first. And this might be where that mistake comes into play. So there should be, like, the distance from here to here has to be the same as the distance from here to here. So let's measure. So with this is like a 1x8, so there's 10. And there's, oh, you see the distance is not the same. So here there's like, so this needs to go, this needs to move by 1 here for it to be correct. Now I'm wondering, like, is this one also correct? I have to check with one of the like other LEGO modular buildings. So I don't use the Technic pins to connect this to other buildings. I don't really do that, so it doesn't really matter for me. But for people who do care, you do need to make sure that these align with your other buildings. And the solution is just to move them up or down by 1 until they're aligned, or you could just skip the Technic pins if you don't care about the Technic pins. Or preferably put this on a Mills plate, M-I-L-S. That's the best approach. If you can afford it, you basically get a few more pieces and you build things on regular plates and not these flimsy base plates. So a bunch of options there. So let me think about what to do here, because I want to make sure that this is, like, even if it's not like attached, but I want it just to be aligned. So look up the modular standard real quick. LEGO modular standard. So there has to be 9 studs and then 10 studs. So between this and this, there needs to be 10. Right now there's 8. So this needs to change as well. So right now there's 9, and from here to here, 10 studs. So here plus 2, yeah. So this one needs to go here, and here that's 9 studs. So this is the correct position for these pieces. Then there might be like a little bit of a sidewalk missing, but I'm sure with the pieces included in the set and maybe like 1 or 2 extra tiles, you'll be able to figure out how to do this. And of course, the same is going to apply on this side as well, because this is a row building. And nevertheless, these are minor details compared to the rest of the build. It's surprising that this mistake made it into production, and apparently even in the more recent reprint of the instructions, they did not fix that. This is exactly in the middle. Then we have these two. Yeah, just like that. And again, 9 bricks, so 8 plus 1 is 9. This needs to go here in reality, regardless of where the instructions tell you to put it. This needs to go here. And for whatever reason, there is no connector at this place here. It's very strange. Huh. So yeah, if you're gonna connect this, it's gonna have like only one pin connector here if you care about that. So I think LEGO is just subtly telling people don't really worry too much about these things. Apparently they got this one right, probably. if we line things up correctly, we should have 5. Yeah, we have exactly 5. That's good. All right. So we're almost done with the perimeter at this point. Actually, these need to be moved by 1. So again, thankfully I have the brick separator. It's easy to do this. And basically move the pieces over. It's good to catch mistakes early instead of having them linger on. I feel like these buildings are kind of forgiving when it comes to mistakes. You can make small mistakes as long as like in the end you have something that makes sense. Actually, these should not be here. Because we have an L piece here instead. Yeah, that's something that's easy to recover from. You see, like once we have like the general pattern figured out, then it's very easy to fill in the blanks. Actually, here this needs to go. Put that in too soon. The build is never too predictable. Come on. Sometimes you have to really go from the corners to remove the piece that you want. This is gone, but it's correct. This is gone. You got to be really good at paying attention when it comes to these things. Because here we're going to have this piece. Where's the piece? There's so many piles that separate the pieces, but oh yeah, this goes here. And the light bluish gray counterpart goes against it with the diagonals matching. The light bluish gray version of this piece. I saw it not too long ago. We got here. And we're going to need to have a couple more of these pieces in each color to mirror them on the other side. But let's just fill in the rest before we get there with the pieces that are easier to see. You see how like we have a bunch of 1x2s in this pile? So they put the 1x3 in a different pile just to make it easier to fish out. I do like that they did that. Oh yeah, here's the other one. Yeah, there it is. Now we have a checkerboard pattern, so that's going to be pretty cool to do. But also, we need to make sure we get it right. So we're going to start with white here and work our way out. Basically, if you get the first one right, then the rest are going to be fine. If you get the first one wrong, good luck fixing everything. But I would say with the extra pieces, you're not going to go wrong. Like, you don't need to necessarily fix everything. as long as you know what you're doing. If you're doing this kind of build, slow down, enjoy it. It's going to look nice when it's done, but don't rush it. Just enjoy the good feeling of, especially tiles, they're very easy and comfortable to place. So one of my favorite parts of building a modular building is just tiling off the ground floor. Even if it's a little bit crooked, nobody cares and just makes it look a bit more realistic. So you don't need to be perfect when aligning these. If you do want to be perfect, you could use the brick separator to kind of align them if you want, or just a regular brick. But I think this is decent enough in my opinion. But of course, you do you. Everyone has their own way of being happy when it comes to Lego. Some people enjoy the build, and then as soon as the build is done, they take it apart and rebuild it into something else because the build is what they care about. Some people, they don't really care too much about the build, but they care more about the finished product. And I would say I would fall between those two. I love the builds, but I also do love the finished product as well. If I had like infinite space, I would never take apart a set. I would just have it on permanent display. But due to realities, I have to take apart sets. Sometimes I need the pieces, sometimes I need the space because I need to put another set in its place. So I have to disassemble the set and put it into storage. And some sets I want to hold on to them, but I cannot. So I have to let them go. That's sad, but that's the reality of life. You have to sell some of the old stuff to make room for new stuff. All right, so we have the checkerboard pattern done. No mistakes from what I can tell. So we still have a bunch of these tiles to go still. So where do all these go? Well, a few of them go here. I guess it's time to start laying down the bricks. These will also help us determine like the size of the building itself. So we can actually use this as a starting point because we're very confident about this part. This won't fit, so we gotta use this. And it's symmetrical, thankfully. I believe this goes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. And somewhere around there. And 4 studs, that's enough for a door. I'm pretty sure a door is gonna be here of some sort. So you can see that the actual footprint of the tower itself is not that large. It's just this. So even though the base plate is pretty large, it's 32 by 32, the actual tower is just this stuff in the middle, and all the rest is just sidewalk. It's pretty small, even compared to other LEGO modular buildings. The other LEGO modular buildings, like remember the Natural History Museum, it went all the way up until like 3 studs. It went all the way back to here, and it took the full base plate. Like it didn't stop here. It went all the way like from edge to edge of 1.5 base plates. So thank you, Yatufi, for the comment. I appreciate that. Yeah, so it's looking pretty small at this point. So what I do know is that this building is tall. So I'm guessing they made it narrow to make it appear taller. Huh, it's an interesting thing to think about. I did look at this set. I also looked at the Avengers Tower when designing my own awesome space tower, which I submitted to Bricklink Designer Program. I promoted that on this channel before, but now the voting is closed. And we'll see how it performs if we ever hear back sometime in November. I'm interested to know, actually. It looks like these tiles go here. And for whatever reason, we're going to put these tiles on this plate. I don't know what this represents yet, but I'm just following the model at this point, the building phase for bag 1. Hopefully we'll figure out what this is. Oh, it might actually be for a sliding door, because I've never seen a 5-length door before. So that could be the reason for that. And here we have this mysterious purple plate. Probably going to attach something on top of it that has something to do with the color purple. Maybe it's related to the green goblin. I know that's the purple guy, green and purple guy. So actually this is a good reference to his color scheme, actually. So for me, I'm more lenient in terms of the interior. I think the interior, you could build it however you like. If you want to move the pieces around, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, if you prefer to have something on the left versus the right. This is a licensed building, so there is like some source material to be aware of, but I think for a lot of people, it's just a tower. And it's inspired by the Daily Bugle, but it doesn't have to be exactly like what the LEGO designers did. So feel free to move things around to your liking. so far I don't have any major issues with what they're doing, so I'll keep that by default, but I'm open to suggestions on how to move things around. Yeah, this is fun. Here I have 3 jumpers in a row. I'm starting to run out of jumpers. I think this is the last one, or close to it. I believe the last one goes here. It looks like we did make one mistake somewhere because I need to have 2 more of these tiles here, but instead I have these and this. So there's stuff here that should not be tiles that I accidentally tiled off. I'll try to see if I can figure that out quickly, or I'll just leave it for the next building phase. Sometimes it's really hard to know for sure. I think I see my mistake here. Because here, if we take a sneak peek to the next building phase without looking at the individual instruction steps, we can still determine that there's going to be an elevator shaft here. So these need to go here. Thankfully, because they're at the corner, I can easily access them. And good news, I realized that quickly. And so then these go here. You have the grills right under the elevator. So it's not going to be a working elevator, unlike the awesome space tower that does have a working elevator, but still, I appreciate the effort of the suggestion of going up and down at the very least. Yeah, I still have a bunch of stuff to do at the back. So how about let's do that right now. Just press down on some of these pieces. These are 2x2s. They should all be in perfect alignment. But yeah, the base plate is not 100% flat, so there's going to be like some minor gaps, but it doesn't really end anyway. I wonder if this pattern has some meaning behind it or if it's just random. Oftentimes LEGO designers hide secret messages within the builds, so there could be some secret message hiding in here for all we know. Because the set has been out for a while, maybe like someone has discovered that and published it online, but I have not done any research. I like to discover things on my own most of the time. And we do have the fire hydrant. I'm starting to wonder like what those pieces were for. It looks like this is what the fire hydrant looks like from what I can see. This goes at the front here. Usually these are red, but here it's black. I don't know if it's a New York City thing or a Marvel thing or both. But where I live, I've noticed that fire hydrants are usually either red or yellow, sometimes blue. Yeah, then this goes basically here on top of this thing. It's meant to be like some electrical substation or electric something. It's probably easier to attach stuff like this. Yeah, there we go. And there's probably a tile underneath. So I have a bunch of these tiles left, and they're supposed to go somewhere around here, but it's not perfectly clear how they're gonna fit there. So I'll just improvise. But essentially we have a bunch of cardboard boxes and a rat running around. So I did move this piece over by one just to make it compatible with the other modulars. So some minor adjustments are in order, but at least there's enough pieces to go around to make those adjustments. I also have these pieces as well. I'll put here. Now that there's only a few pieces, I can put them all on screen. We do want to include this though. Right around here, I think is a good place for it. Here we can tile things off since we have the parts now. And we know that we're safe to use them. Oops. A minor hiccup there. Just want to make sure everything is aligned to the grid. There we go. I have just a few pieces left. Just throw them around here somewhere. And hopefully I'm not forgetting anything major. Yeah, it's just details at this point. So from what I see, it's basically let's take a look here. Just trying to figure out how these go together because it's not clear to me from the building phase. In this case, I'm looking at the box right here. Specifically, I'm looking at the corner right here. It's pretty hard to show it on camera, but yeah, I'm looking at it to refer to how to put these pieces in there. Something that looks like the thing that we want. Yeah, it's basically just a box. This, this, and then the other one is set like at an angle using one of the jumper pieces. And of course, it has to be like some distance. And so the way they did it is with a jumper plus a 1x2. And they're using the corner of the piece on top of the jumper. So in other words, they're not attaching like this, but like this. There's another jumper next to it, completing the pattern. And very likely there's some pieces here. I'll just improvise at this point and use the L and this. And like you gotta have something that does not stick out if you care about connecting to other buildings. If you don't care, then it doesn't matter. And finally, this here, like a different angle. Basically just some boxes that appear to be randomly thrown there. And these can be put anywhere. There's one of these I know it's used for the rat. So by default, the rat is somewhere around here. And just to try to align things to the grid, I do want to put the rest of these on here. So I'll do it in a modified way, just to fit with the way the tiles should be placed. So these go here. This can go here. This actually can go here. We can actually do this. Yeah, the rat, let's just put him here for now, but we'll be moving him around across the build as time goes on. Yeah, this can go here, and then we have a bunch of these that we could use to just fill in the gaps and make this look a bit nicer. Yeah, something like that. It's really hard to know for sure what this thing looks like without actually like looking at the instructions, but of course I never do that. So I just think it's a good use of these pieces to put them here instead of just throwing them away. But yeah, that's more or less what it should look like. And maybe like throw in one or two more pieces here. Yeah, just something to show wear and tear. These are cookies. I'm guessing these go to either the mouse or the minifigure. Let's give them to the minifigure. The mouse is gonna steal stuff from the boxes instead. These pieces, I don't know where they go, but basically everything that I did not use this, I don't know where it goes. Let me see if I can find where to put this. Otherwise, I'll just like leave it to the side. It might be like some interior detail that doesn't really matter, but usually I'm pretty good at spotting these things. Usually. I got nothing. So all these pieces that I'm not using, I'll just put them to the side, and I might use them later if I figure out what they're used for. And with that, we can move on to bag 2, but I will give a recap just to make my life easier when doing the review of this set. It's going to be published on my channel eventually. Bag 1 builds the very first part of the set, basically tiling everything off in this very nice pattern. The sidewalk is nice and tidy at the front, all cracked at the rear, which is reflective of the real-life source material. And we also get Aunt May, a couple cookies, and a rat in bag 1. All right, so I got a bag for all the pieces, and I'll try to separate the real extra pieces from the pieces that I ended up not using, just to make life easier for myself later on. So give me a moment while I set that up. We have the boxes in the way. This is a heavy box. Ooh boy. What's going on with the music? Okay, there it is. This is probably sufficient for the extra pieces, at least the first part of them. And I'm probably going to want to have a larger bag for the other stuff. So use these bags for the other pieces, just because I know there's going to be a ton of them. Like there are sets where I literally don't use bricks, like big bricks. I end up not using them because I'm like, yeah, I built it without the instructions and I ended up not using this piece. Might be there for stability or for some other purpose, but I just end up not using it. So yeah, this piece goes here, and so do these two. This one is an extra, so it goes in the small bag. I'm over-explaining everything just because it's the first bag and some people might be new to the channel, so they don't know how things work. Later on, this information will be useful. Basically, this bag can only contain one type of each piece. And only the 1x1 small pieces. These are the legit extra pieces, and technically this is also an extra piece as well. The cookie right here. We'll give it back to a minifigure later. And these are the pieces that I should have used, but I didn't use. All right, moving on. Let's go to bag 2. Spent too much time on bag 1. There's also a lot of setup and build and not really the build, but like setup, unboxing, and so on. So didn't really take that long for the build itself. How many bag twos do we have? 1, 2. It looks like we have 2 bag twos. Again, separate piles, etc., etc. Looks like we got at least 2 minifigures in this bag. I'll temporarily move this away. So let's look through the pieces first, find out what is interesting. Then we can bring back the build. So I'll just put all the minifigure parts in this pile. Definitely we're gonna get at least 2 minifigures for sure. Maybe 3, maybe. We got some nano figures as well. That's cute. That's nice. We're gonna get a double of this as well, I'm pretty sure. And these stickers are taking up space, although I'm not using them right now, so I'll put them off screen also. Here are the legs. None of them are printed, unfortunately. Torso. So obviously this is going to go with this. This is going to go with this. Just thanks to the realistic skin tones that LEGO offers only for licensed minifigures. And my guess is that the blue goes with the blue of the undershirt here. That would be my guess for how these minifigures go, even without looking at the instructions. And my guess is that he gets the backpack. But let me see. I'll refer to the top of the box that has all the minifigures to find out for sure. So this is Ron Barney. He actually gets the tan legs by default. And the other minifigure is Gwen Stacy. And she's clearly not wearing the backpack, so he's wearing it. But just before I put it on, here's the print of the back of the torso. It's very similar to the one at the front. This guy does have 2 expressions. Both of these are useful. So a quiet smile right there. A subtle smile, I mean. And here's an angry or more emotional or passionate expression. It's nice to get both, and I like the details on the beard. A little bit of white or gray in there. That's pretty nice. The hairpiece is pretty standard. Like it's from probably the 1990s. Like it's the classic LEGO male hairpiece. A bit retro, but I guess it fits. Nothing against it, just surprising to see it here. I think LEGO retired this piece, or they're gonna retire it soon. So yeah, That's one of the minifigures, and the other one is well-known Gwen Stacy. And since I have the CMF version, by the way, she does have two expressions as well, a more stern expression and a friendlier one. This is a comic version of her, Marvel comic version, but there's also the Spider-Verse version of her that is sold separately, and basically there's a brief moment in time in 2025 where you can get both of them. So let me see if I can find her from CMFs. I built and reviewed these without the instructions. Well, they're minifigures, so there's no instructions for them. Yeah, this is the Spider-Gwen minifigure. You see that the face print is different. Similar, but different. You see they changed the color of the eyebrows here. And this is a generic torso. You can find this with lots of LEGO City minifigures, for example, minus the flesh-colored hands. This torso is more unique, but they gave her the dual molded boots. So it's good to have both figures. Definitely the CMF is better quality, but the one we get here is pretty decent as well. I will do a deep dive comparison of all the minifigures at the end of the review once I'm done building the whole thing. And speaking of which, let's get to building. I don't see any spectacular parts here. I mean, they're nice LEGO parts and all, but nothing here that's very unique or special other than what I already pointed out. There's handcuffs, there's a walkie-talkie, there's a calculator print. It's pretty standard. Nothing here that's jumping out to me is unique or exclusive. These are cool, but again, they're not unique or exclusive. All right, so while maintaining these piles, actually I'll move things around a little bit. So I'll just move this big pile closer towards me. And we'll do the build here. Just a reminder, this is what we have so far from bags 1. I say bags plural because there's multiple bags 1. So I'm going to do this in the announcer voice. In bags 2, we're also going to need some printed pieces from the unnumbered bag. I'm going to open this, but I'm not going to dump out the pieces. I'll only take what I need. So I need one of them. I need one of these, at least. I need one of these. I need one of these. These are going to go on the wall. Then I'm going to need one of these. Looks like that's it for now. All right. So what do we want to start with? Well, there's a sticker. After building the minifigures, I like to apply the stickers. So there is a sticker on this door. It's going to be applied here. It's the exit sticker, basically. Exit, push to open. And again, careful to clear back stickers. Although because this one is on the inside, it's not the end of the world if there are problems with it. But still. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. As long as it's not like reflecting the light. Yeah, that looks not too bad. Of course, I personally prefer all prints and no stickers whatsoever, especially for big, expensive 18 plus sets. But LEGO seems to think otherwise, and customers have not made it much of a priority to loudly complain against stickers or just refuse to buy sets with stickers entirely. So now we're doing the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Yeah, if you get that reference, you're probably as old as me, or maybe even older. Or you like retro stuff. There we go. All right. So here there's a bunch of snot pieces. Snot here means studs not on top. There's this. They're not the same. And then there's also this right here. So 3 different types of snot pieces. Make sure you use the correct one in the correct place. It's very easy to get this wrong if you're not paying attention or if you don't know what you're doing. And in my case, I'm not using instructions, so I don't know what I'm doing, except that I need to observe very carefully the building phases and determine which one is the best one to use, or in many cases, the only one to use. But with buildings, I find it's not that difficult to do without instructions, generally speaking, because you can like move some bricks around in a building and it's still going to end up being a building in the end. You got some interior details wrong, nobody cares. But vehicles and Lego Technic sets, especially those ones, you cannot afford to make a mistake. If you make a mistake there, then bye-bye. Just move these pieces a bit closer so I don't have to reach so far each time. There's also this knot piece. But because it's in a different color, it's easier to figure out where that one will go. So we're building a pretty realistic security access thing. You'll see it very soon. Just need to attach one more piece. Yeah, this is some nice part usage. We're using the flag piece as a door. And basically, like, you're going to tap your card against this card reader. It's going to turn green for a moment and then open to give you access. So it's basically like a turnstile mechanism. And here's what that looks like. Yeah, that looks legit. Like you enter from here. It's pretty cool, actually. And if you use different colors, you can make it look like a farm animal access type of thing as well. So even if you're a medieval fan, this is pretty useful. Yeah, I didn't really think of that before, but that's very cool. Look like there's some trophies or other items here on this small little table. And this goes right here. And here we have like some security desk or security operation. It's not entirely clear, but my guess is that this chair goes on top of this piece to allow it to rotate more easily. So this basically rotates in place like this from what I understand. And then we have these L pieces here. Like this. I believe that's what's going on here. It's hard to see. But it turns out we're not really using the purple at all. It's just a hidden color, probably a reference to Green Goblin. Now I'm pretty sure it's a reference to Green Goblin. I'm looking at the set. Yes, he is included in the set. So it's a nice little reference to him. We have a newspaper stand with thankfully printed pieces. I'm very happy about that. And if you care about these prints, you should get them now while you still can before they retire. Because I don't think LEGO's going to keep these around for much longer after this set retires, in theory, in December of this year. So very nice pieces to get. I'm so happy these are prints and not stickers. If they were stickers, I would be complaining so much right now. I'm still going to complain about the other stickers, but at least we have some printed pieces. Like in the Krusty Burger set, literally the only piece we got printed was this. The Krusty Burger from 2025. So this is from 2021 or 2022, this set here. And yeah, just a few years ago, basically before this whole inflation thing and the tariffs and stuff, like LEGO used to like include a bit more generosity in their sets, if I can put it this way. It's these little things, like when people are going to talk about the good old days, they're going to refer to sets including more printed pieces, less stickers. They're giving you the building phases and the instructions. You see at a glance what you're building. You have like the nice premium cover instead of just having like a white cover. Small things like this, but they add up. It's kind of hard to know what's going on over here, but we'll figure it out. Another thing that could be a challenge is the soda machine. Let's start with the easy part, which is the cans. The cans are going to be like these blue pieces that are not printed, but at least the soda top is printed, so that's nice. So in theory, we have 3 or 4 of these cans, and I don't think this is a working machine. I don't see any Technic pieces or anything that would make it functional. And Ninjago, I think they had a functional vending machine of some sort, or ATM or something like that. Like you insert something and it gives you like some dollar bills. I don't think that is the case here. But correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. Yeah, soda cans, they look pretty good actually. Then basically all the red pieces are gonna make the machine. Can we figure it out from just one picture, one angle? Can we figure it out? There's only a few pieces and only a few million ways these can be put together. But since we have the picture, we can do lots of process of elimination to figure out what the thing should actually look like. Okay, I got a small disconnection, but it looks like I'm back online. I don't know if that was noticeable to anyone. So looks like we're going to do this. Of course, this is not how the instructions would tell you to build it. It's probably an easier sequence of steps than doing it this way. And I'll probably have to like take it apart if I build it this way in the first place. But this is the general idea. And this like logic would dictate, as Zane would say, that this would go here. For those of you who don't know, Zane is a LEGO Ninjago Nindroid, basically like a droid, but also a ninja. He's like the titanium ninja. So before I attach this, I have to build basically all of this stuff. This needs to go here as well. What would fit here? Either this, but I'm probably going to need it somewhere else. So this would be the only remaining thing that could fit and make sense. Oh, but wait. This is actually illegal. Because there's like a gap, so it's actually not this. It has to be this. And this is legal because there's a gap there. On top of believe, there's this. But then I need a snot piece. Could it be that this piece goes here? I need a red snot piece here. That's the challenge when you don't know what the rest of the build looks like. I don't see any obvious uses for this. And I have how many? I have 2. So I'll sacrifice one of them. I could be wrong on this, but yeah, we'll see. Time will tell. whether this is a good thing to do or not. But then if this is here, is it legal for me to place this up against the wall with this facing this way? It's probably not legal, eh? Let's say this is the wall. Place this here. And that kind of hits against the wall, no? Yeah, we have a bit of a pickle here. That's not it. Maybe it's actually this piece here. It gives the appearance of being closed up, but doesn't really attach from both sides. Yeah, I think it's, now that I think about it more, it's very likely this piece, because nothing else would fit. And this is what we call the process of elimination. You try multiple things until you find out the thing that works. Now we can use this piece, like the calculator, which here is used as a payment thing. And then here, this makes sense. And here, okay, yeah, now I see it. Yeah, there's like one hiccup, like with this piece in particular, it took me a while to figure out, but the rest of it is pretty straightforward. Yeah, that was a fun little challenge. We have this one piece here. Can I push it in without taking the whole thing apart? Well, yes, we'll just use a helper piece. Any piece would do. And before we close it off, we can put the cans in. And the cans won't actually come out just because this gap is too small. But it's a nice little build. I'll try to put the cans in sideways though. There's room for 4 cans like that. And I'll just shake it up to hide the sprue marks. You don't really see the prints of the cans. It's really for you to enjoy it while it's being built. And you just put this here. And yeah, it's a nice little side build. And I like how it's only attached with a couple studs to make it easy to remove. Although I don't know why they made this brown or nougat. Could have made this green. But whatever, it's a nice little build. And now we can move our attention back to the walls. In case you haven't noticed, there's lots of these gray pieces. Lots and lots of these light bluish gray pieces. We have limited visibility on how these get attached and where and why there's so many plates. So many questions, so few answers. We'll figure it out eventually, I'm pretty sure. I see a bunch of attachment points because we're going to attach stuff in future building phases. Oh, and the desk, we didn't finish the desk. So let's just do that real quick. This goes here. This goes here. Yeah, it's a pretty nice looking desk, although using very few pieces. So it achieves the desired effect. Yeah, this would be amazing for like a poly bag or something. Yeah, it looks pretty decent. And actually I have some printed pieces for the elevator. I believe this is the same as what's used for the X Mansion. That's pretty nice. It's getting a bit cold in my area, so I got a hoodie. Just take a quick drink. I'll be back in like a minute or two. Don't go anywhere. Oh, I just see a message from a chat member. I'm sorry to hear the bad news. I hope that everything will work out for you in the long run, no matter what ends up happening. But stay strong. Stay strong. I'll just put on a hoodie. I'll be right back. But yeah, it is important to take care of yourself, even in difficult situations like this. So get yourself a nice meal, do something that you enjoy. If it's in your budget, get yourself like a small Lego set or a large Lego set and just do something that you enjoy. And hopefully in time you'll find a person who better meets your expectations. Yeah, I am back. Just had to put on something for cold temperature. And you are welcome. All right. So once again, I'm gonna look at the box off camera. It's a big box. It's pretty hard to show on camera, but if you want to see the box, you can either look at it online or rewind to the beginning of the stream. Basically, I'm looking at this thing from the back. Okay, I think I see what's going on now. I think I see what's going on. There's basically this pattern. I'll just show you the box while I have it. I need to make sure not to destroy the build. You see there's a pattern that goes around the perimeter of the set or the building with those special plates. So that's why I have the plates there. So it's important to keep that in mind. try not to cause an accident. This box is very big, even bigger than I thought. Using the process of elimination, I was able to figure out that these don't go straight here, but they go one plate above. So we're gonna have a layer of plates, then these go on top of them. We're gonna find like the longest plate that fits here is what we'll use. So this, for example, is a possibility. Or if you can find something even longer, even better. Let's actually check the unnumbered bag for plates. We got these big plates, but we're looking for 1-bys. Okay, so it looks like we'll have to make do with this plus this would never go here. It'd have to go here. And we'll try to have an L piece or something here, just because we know that these two are going to be connected together for sure. Although we also have to accommodate like these columns of snot pieces, so that also needs to be taken into consideration. And those all need to be on the same level, so this actually might not belong here. Well, yeah, so you gotta take all the factors into consideration. This goes here. And here we have like this and this on top. And then these. So we're going to repeat this pattern pretty much around this perimeter. So here, like, I don't see any 1-by-5s, so the only thing that will fit is this. These pieces allow us to build quickly. And in fact, we need a couple more of these here. And here, very, very likely, we will need this piece. Nothing else fits here. So this part is easy enough. This part is at a corner, so it's a little bit more difficult to figure out. We have all the stuff with the elevator. And by the way, here we have like these snot pieces with the prints on them. So you know, this is going to be right here. And just to take a look at this print, Spider-Man, Threat or Menace. So you could see here the objective journalism of the Daily Bugle, basically giving you a false choice between threat or menace, and that's a commentary on the situation in our world. Basically, we have certain news sources. You can pretty much know who they are if you do a little bit of research, and this is how they present the news. Always as a false dichotomy between things like that. And here, something on the moon. So Daily Bugle, Lego Man walks on the moon. And we know that Lego is canon in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. There's a a Death Star, the old version of the Death Star that gets destroyed in one of the Marvel movies. So let's leave the corner in the elevator for last and do the other stuff first. I accidentally knocked the chair off, but it's pretty easy to put back. So here we know this goes here. And actually this does not go here. So I'll remove it for now. Here, I don't know if this is going to be this or not. It looks like it. It looks like it because we're going to have another column of those. All right, looks like the same thing is going to happen here. I'll just remove this temporarily. You can always put it back later. So we know that we're going to have like a column here. That's what it looks like, at least. Usually LEGO does the same thing on both sides of their doors, generally speaking. Now we can connect all of these with a 1x6 if there is one. There should be. Yeah. That just makes everything so much more stable. We're also going to later on put one of these pieces here, but not yet. I have to fill that first. Now we're doing this. Okay, now we know the purpose of these pieces is to put these exit. Basically, this is like an exit sign. I like the way they did it with the transparent pieces. The transparent green in this case. A good thing we did not use these pieces for other stuff. And I'm sure there's going to be something else to cover up the studs on the other side, but yeah, from far away, this looks like a lit up exit sign, just like you would see in an actual building. That's pretty cool. And at this point, we can put this back. And we still have a bunch of pieces remaining to put here because the lobby is quite high. Like here's what a minifigure looks like, and we could put a roof here and call it a day, but in a real tower, like you look up high and it's pretty tall. these are the elevator doors. We know that they're going to eventually go here. And I remember when I was building the X mansion from last year, it took me a while to figure out how to put the pieces exactly so that they fit here. So let's see if it's going to be easier for me this time. The first thing I'll try is just the naive solution. I'll just put this here, plug this in, and hope that it works. Yeah, that almost never works. So no, we're gonna have to put in a little bit more effort than that. But at least we do know that we have this with the elevator buttons. We know that this is going to be a thing. It's going to be attached here eventually. We have some other unknown piece that goes under it. One thing that we can do in order to help us with the process of elimination is build the top part of the roof separately and then attach it at the end. So I'm just like building sub-assemblies here to make my life easier. This does not really go here, but I'm just attaching it here for stability. Because when I use up the pieces here, it means they cannot be used elsewhere. Now, from here on out, it's not entirely clear what happens. I have some guesses, because eventually I have like these 2x4 bricks. We're gonna have to use these at some point. But yeah, we'll leave the guessing to the end as much as reasonably possible. So this is one subassembly. It's going to go right around here. Now let's do the one for this side. In fact, we're going to have like some mailbox of some sort. I don't know why. It's very likely a Spider-Man thing. All these pieces with similar colors are very easy to mistake. All right. There we go. I think now is another good time to look at the back of the box again to understand what's going on over here. there's a clip with a spider web on it to hide Peter Parker's backpack. Yeah, that's it's coming back to me now. So it looks like the backpack does not belong to Ron Barney, although he could wear it. It's a standard backpack that would go for any minifigure, but the idea is that you're supposed to put the backpack in here, and I'll just show you the idea. You can give the backpack to any of the minifigures later. The idea is that the backpack fits in here. Does it actually fit? Is it possible to fit the backpack in here? I don't know if it will fit. If it does fit, it's a very tight fit. Yeah, that thing's not fitting in there. There has to be some other brownish piece that would go in here. I can't think of anything other than the backpack. And the thing is, like, I don't know if it actually needs to fit perfectly, because the idea is that basically Peter Parker, so looking at this from the outside, there's going to be like a spider web that covers his access to this thing. I don't see like another piece to close this. I could be wrong, but I don't see that piece immediately in front of my eyes. So yeah, maybe the backpack goes here, let's say. And as usual, whenever we have a clip, there's going to be like a plate before and after, just to make sure it can attach correctly here. So that spider web comes from these pieces here. So I'll open this again, and I will not use all of them. I'll just take what I need, and the rest I'll save for later. So it's this one, because this is the one that gets clipped on. So it's going to be something like this. And when this is clipped on, the backpack is not going to go anywhere. So the idea is that Peter Parker / Spider-Man, he's going to basically hide his backpack here. I don't know why he has to put it here specifically. Can't he just use a locker? But I guess this is when he accesses it as Spider-Man. Still, I wouldn't put it too close to my workplace, but I'm guessing in the Marvel universe, things are different. There's security cameras and stuff. Shouldn't be doing that. And we join the two halves together with this piece. This is not very stable, but it's not meant to be stable because it's going to go on top of something else. It's just a sub-assembly that we're building now to use the process of elimination to basically take parts out of the part pile and put them here, so that later we have less work to do. We still have a lot of guessing, a lot of thinking. That has not changed. It's just we have a bit less pieces now. Let's put this guy back together. I'm sure he does not appreciate being decapitated. All right. So what happened just now? I think I lost the extra lighting just because my device is very hot to the touch right now. I'll wait a few minutes. I'll try to turn it on again. But I still think this is visible. Yeah, it won't let me turn on the flash. We'll, at the very least, we'll finish bag 2 and I'll see what goes on in bag 3. And after that, Like, I know for sure we're not going to be able to finish the whole tower today. But can we finish the ground floor? It's still not clear to me whether we can finish. Well, at the very least, we'll try to finish back two. Depending on how the elevator goes, that's going to determine how we proceed. So I see a 1x6 and a 2x4, and a 1x6 and a 2x4. And I'm going to need a bunch of 1x2s as well. Probably. And I have one of these that very likely goes here. But for that to be the case, I need to have at least one of these, at the very least one, which I do. So I think it would be a safe bet to put this here, to put this here. I'm relatively confident about that. And then the rest of this would follow the usual pattern. Like 1, 2, 3 of these guys. And there would be something here to... There's actually a 1x6, so this does not go here. Let me see. And from the outside, you just see that something is there, but apparently that piece cannot exist here. But does this go on? Yeah, this goes on directly. There's got to be a 1x1 here or something. And we also got to figure out, where does this piece go? Actually, I realized that the door has another sticker. So I'll actually remove the door, apply the sticker, and put it back just so I don't have to disassemble the whole build. And on the outside of the door, well, first of all, there's this stud, and then there's this sticker, exit, do not block, which makes sense for the exterior door, and it also has like a bunch of graffiti on it. So again, careful with these transparent clear back stickers. Try to like remove all stains and fingerprints from the piece underneath, and even if you can wipe it off, it's even better. Let me see if I can do that. I should have like something to wipe it with. Anything. Yeah, I'll do that off camera. And I lost the sticker. Oops. I lost the sticker. Huh. Hit rewind and try to find it. There was a moment in time when it's still there. Yeah, it's really annoying when I miss a sticker like this. There's on the ground. Or it's somewhere in my workspace. Very hard to tell where it went. That sticker is probably a lost cause because it's a clear back sticker. It cannot be applied twice, so unless it landed perfectly at some angle, it's probably gone. Doing like one last search for it. If it turns up and it's in survivable condition, I will try to apply it, but I don't have very high hopes, just being honest. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna apply that sticker after all. Too bad. But basically it says exit, do not block. Just checking here, is it? I don't see it anywhere. Anyways, basically this is the door. I'll leave it here just in case, but don't get your hopes up too much. What's more important is figuring out the elevator. So we know that we have these, they go here. Relatively confident in that. And judging based on what we saw before, we're gonna have this pattern continue here. And hopefully we can just put the snot pieces on top and plug in these guys. Come on, please work, please work. Nope, that would be too easy. So at this point, we'll just keep attaching plates one by one until we make it work. And I'm not really gonna be meticulous. I'll just use this big plate here just to make it easy to add or remove. Does this work? Yes, yes, this works. So basically we need to add one more plate on top, and we can add these. So very likely that plate is going to be a 1x4. but we ran out of those. And also here we have a gap, so probably we're going to use a 1 by 1 plate at some point. We need one more plate here. And here, very likely we're going to have this. So we need something here that fits a plate, like a 1 by 4 or a 1 by 5. If you don't have any, it means we used it by mistake. We do need that. Can't be this because then it would interfere. This would go on top. Can we have one of these? We have two of these. Okay. If we don't use these anywhere else at all, then we could put them here, but I'm pretty sure that's wrong. We'll try not to do that. We do know that we have one of these going up here. Or maybe there's like some specialized piece that precludes the use of the 1 by 4. That's the other possibility. It's hard to know. Just from a small picture in the back. It's covered up by those trash cans anyway, so we don't really see what's happening. Huh. Can't be this piece either, because this goes down. So I have a bunch of these. They're not used yet. These will be used at the top. We still need them. And we still need at least one of these. So we can't just use both of them. That's a problem. Well, actually, wait, we have 3 of them. 3 of these. And I know for sure we're going to need one of them. We also need 2 of them for this piece surrounding it. So that throws out that idea entirely. Yeah, so these must go here. This one must go on top. So that means that this piece might not belong here, but I don't know where else it could go. It's a mystery. We do have 1 extra of this piece, so we can take advantage of that. We also have 1 extra tile. We can also take advantage of that, although try not to use the tile. It's a mystery. I'm gonna check the bags again, because sometimes like there's a piece that's stuck in the bags. Right here it looks like we've emptied the bags. It could generally be a missing piece, but I think it's more likely that I'm the one who's missing something. not set. So we need that piece in order to continue the rest of the build, because everything is going to go on top of it. Basically, we know these pieces go here. No instructions. Yeah, no instructions. If I was using the instructions, I'd probably be at like bag 5 by now. But yeah, I'm enjoying the build without the instructions, just to give myself a nice extra challenge. Here, very likely we're gonna have like a 1x2. We're gonna have this here. Of course, there's gonna be stuff underneath it. Then we're gonna have something that's gonna hold on to these. It's actually gonna be the headlight bricks. So one of them is gonna be pointing up, and the other is gonna be pointing down. It's the same print, so it's a smart way to do it, to minimize like the cost of printing these parts. And thank you for the happy birthday with it. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. My birthday is on Sunday the 19th, but this is such a large build that I have to break it up into multiple days. So basically, this piece has not been used. This piece has not been used, and they need to be used at some point. And if those are used, then that's going to liberate that piece that I'm looking for. It's not clear to me how to make this work. The front of the box again. Oh, this is obstructed by the newsstand. Yeah, it's pretty hard to figure out what's going on exactly over here. So I guess here I'll have to sacrifice one thing. So the thing that I choose to sacrifice is this piece right here. So I'm gonna have to remove it while keeping everything else identical. So basically 3 bricks. So this is gonna disappear. I'll replace it with, let's say, one of these. And my guess is that this is gonna go, these go here. This piece is gonna come here, so this is gonna start at this point, most likely. What year? Yeah, I'm older than I care to say. But I just mentioned my birthday is birthday 2025. But I am not 2025 years old. Not yet, at least. Maybe on my 100th birthday, I'll announce it. That's not right either. I don't see a 1x1 gap here. But either way, like, a sacrifice has to be made in order for me to liberate that piece that I need to put here. So let's just hope that we have enough of these 1x1 pieces to save me. Otherwise I might need to do some drastic measures, but hopefully we don't need to do that. I need 2 of them here. If it was 1, I'm willing to spend 1. If it's 2, it's difficult to ask. Let's hope I don't regret this. I'll just remove this to make the insertion easier. Okay, with that out of the way, put these back, and they're going to be at the same level. Yeah, this goes here. We've used that long plate, and we should have a bit more of those. So this I guess we'd have to sacrifice this one as well. So we gained this piece. In exchange, we have to figure out like what to put in place of this. So we now have one of these. We're going to need one more to put here, although really we should have a 1x2. We don't have that. We have a 1x4. And here we're going to need, yeah, we just need a lot of these, but with these gone, we put 2 of them here. That's annoying. Let's put the tile here. Oh, it's actually the calculator. Nah, shouldn't be using that. Here are the extra pieces that I'm not supposed to use. Here are the usual extra pieces. I'll put this back. I don't know what else I can do at this point. This goes here. And this goes here. And on top of this, we have a snot piece with that can attach these guys, I think. Yes. we have this. It's just that these pieces here, just to be completely clear, yeah, these have to be at this level for them to work, otherwise they don't work. I still have not seen that sticker, by the way. The one that I lost earlier. It's still completely gone. Yeah, I don't know what to do here, but since I don't have all night, I'm gonna sacrifice the extra pieces. In this case, even the calculator piece. Technically, this is illegal. But don't tell anyone. Basically, I'll put this here. It's not good to do this for stability purposes, but yeah, it's still going to be held together overall, so I think it's not a very big deal. I don't want to have to retake this whole thing apart. But then we need a 1x3. Well, we still have a 1x1 that can go here. We can also put in the other one while we're here. And then there's going to be something here that attaches to them. Does this work? This does not look to be on grid to me. Right? Yeah, that's not part of the grid. So we need to add like one more plate maybe. And now we have a bunch of these 1x4s that we did not have before. So let's try this now. Nope. Now, yes. And this should fit perfectly. Yes. All right, we're in business. And we're gonna need two 1x1s. The thing is, these ones are not visible, so actually, I don't need to use those there. I could just use any plates because these are gonna get covered up by the rail pieces later. So actually, let's get rid of the tiles and put those there. And we shouldn't have put those tiles there in the first place. Now we know we can any 1x1 plate will do. Yeah, here it actually matters. So let's put that there. Put this back. How much was this set? This is great. I'm playing 99 Nights and listening to you build a LEGO set. I hope you enjoy the game. And so the usual price of this set is 450 Canadian dollars. I'm currently in Canada, so that's the currency that I use. I believe it's 350 US or something like that. That's the usual price, but I was able to get it on discount recently. So I paid, I believe, 360 or 380 Canadian, which is not too bad given the amount of pieces in this set and the minifigures and so on. So yeah, this looks bad, but this is gonna get covered up. No one's gonna see this once this is done. And we won't need to cheat with these pieces, or maybe we'll keep them for cheating later if we really need to. So yeah, I'm moving some stuff around, but what has not changed is that I'm building this without the instructions. Some parts of it are challenging, to be fair, but I accept the challenge. Yeah, so I'll try not to use the drum lacquered pieces. It's pretty valuable, but other pieces, we can just throw them there. It's fine. And we're going to end up with an equivalent piece that we have not used in the end. So this plus these guys go here. Now it's on the level like before. And here in the corner, I'm not too sure what goes on. It might be like one of those pieces that has like a corner snot piece, multiple of them. Or it could be like this and this on top of each other. Yeah, there are some snot pieces here. My guess is that they're just alternating between facing this way and the other way. We need one more. I believe one more here. So we actually don't need this, strictly speaking. Yeah, we'll keep this in case we need it somewhere else, because this color is the neutral color of the building, and then we'll just put in all the random colors we know we don't in here. And then my guess is that it's going to be one like this, and so on until it reaches the top. And here probably like we use this corner brick. Something like that. This very likely goes here. And then we can start to put like the 2x bricks here. So this can go here now. Although it's shown here. And there's like a brick that gets to this level such that this attaches here. So we're off by one plate somewhere along this construction. So either this is wrong or this is wrong. I think it's this one that needs to be fixed. So perhaps we don't need this this piece here. Perhaps it is this piece directly on top. Yeah, that makes more sense. And here we have the up, which is closer to the wall, the exterior wall. On the corner, down is the other one. And basically here we fill in the blanks. Eventually we'll need to use this as well. Yeah, here it makes sense to use this, I think. Oh, I spoke too soon because we're gonna need one of those long plates, so we sacrifice too many. That's annoying. I need to bring back one of these, or maybe I could use the equivalents, because I brought back this one, and I have this one, and I might have this as well. This is gonna get covered, so I might need to use this actually. All right. We're getting close to the end of this bag. Actually, I need this here. And the final newspaper, which I did not show in detail until now, says it's basically a reference to the building itself. New building for NYC #1 newspaper. Although that claim is dubious at best. And here there should be like one long tile. Plate, sorry, not tile. Just changing the music track. How long do you think it's going to take to build this? That's a very good question. My guess is that this would be at least 3 build sessions, with today being the first one. And tomorrow I won't have to do the unboxing and all that. That in itself took half an hour, so. And yeah, so my guess would be at least 3 days, maybe 4, 5. I'm hoping it won't take that long, but it's hard to know for sure. Every bag is different. Can we put this here now? Not yet. But if if we have a 1 by 6 or 1 by, like if we can put this here, nothing else will fit next to it. There's got to be 1 by 6 at least. And here we can put this. And then here we can put this. Now you can put this here. That fits perfectly. And there's going to be, I believe, a 6 over here. Well, pretty much. No, this stuff goes here. But over here we have, I don't think we built this up yet. I don't know if this goes here. I do know this goes here. And so we have like a 1 by 6 that goes there, probably. Oh, it's really hard to tell. Yeah, because like all this is covered up, which is actually a good thing in terms of like, you don't need to do it in a particular way. We just got to make sure the rest of the pieces are assembled properly around it. So one thing we could do is start to build the, well, we don't really know what's going on here. So let's build what we can, even though we know that there's a gap. But like it's easier to build and unbuild and fill the gap instead of just thinking and thinking and thinking. Sometimes this is the best strategy to do. You should have 3 of these bricks, 1, 2, and 3. So we need to find pieces that will fit within this, within these constraints. And this one, does this fit here? Because this is off grid, so that cannot go here. We can keep alternating. Okay, that's good. It's also good. There's opportunities to connect these two here together. This goes here. Basically, we need to move some things around to make it possible to build this. this obviously goes here. In between these. That cough gave me a heart attack. Oh, sorry about that. I wish I had a way to filter out the noise. I need to fill this gap. I need to fill the pieces here as well, which we will do eventually. It's just a question of finding what to put where. We do have some pieces left still. Still have a bunch of these guys. And here, I don't think we can use more snot pieces here, so those would have to go elsewhere. But we do have a bunch of these guys to use. I don't know where these would go, but we'll figure it out eventually, as we always do. I ran out of 1x6s, so I'll just put this here and build on top of it. I feel like I'm missing more pieces than usual. Do I have a 1x2? Yes. And here I can fill this with a 1x3. Okay, so maybe it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Another 1x4. You're gonna need another 1x2. Which I don't have yet. But I know that these go here. These go here. Yeah, clearly I'm not doing something right because I have a bunch of gaps here, and yeah, I don't know how to fix that exactly while still keeping everything else functional. One of the questions is where do these pieces end up going? Yeah, this can probably plug in the gap right here. Oh, it's so annoying to do this, but here, nothing else fits. Although this also is needed here. So I remember doing something similar for the Natural History Museum. I had to come up with the shape, but basically I have these pieces, I need to like flatten them to fit here. So in other words, I need to find these flat pieces and rearrange a combination of them with this piece. So basically put this into the build, get something out, and then put that thing out here. I need to do something like that. need to put these in, get some pieces out, and in the end, like, you can get back the same pieces, the same volume of stuff. So that's the challenge right now, figuring out what to do in order to get back that stuff. So like this and this go here. I was thinking maybe these pieces are not used, and we have like snot all the way, but that doesn't work. Everything else looks smooth to me, so these, they have to be used somewhere, but also can't see where they're used. Oh, actually now I see where they're used. There's like this air conditioning thing somewhere up here-ish. So basically those go in here. Actually, that's this black piece right here. So we just have to tear apart the whole thing, more or less. So I'll keep this part, like the upper part of this is good. It's just like this part is bad, this part is bad. It has to be redone. Yeah, basically this part is mostly good, except actually maybe not this part. Yeah, let's keep this for sure. Let's keep this, but then this actually is not used here because it would be visible. And this frees up these two, which I can use to plug that gap. Okay, I think the problem is solved without having to disassemble, reassemble the whole thing. But just don't be afraid to do that. Don't be afraid to completely destroy what you built in order to make it better. Don't be so cautious to make changes that you end up not making any change at all. So yeah, with this and the other one right here, and now these are held on much more securely. That's done. Most of what we did is still valid. Elevator buttons, for example. And remember, we freed up these pieces, so this gap is gone. Technically, we need to use another piece here, but whatever works, works, you know? Like if this works, I'll just use it. And I'll put this here and this here, because here, you know, you could put any random piece, whatever will go here and it's fine. Just like here. So actually we'll need this for other purposes, so let's find two random plates and put them there. And we have to do this just to maintain the height. Two random plates. We're starting to run out of these plates. We have this drum lacquered one that I don't want to use. We do have this one, but we might need it elsewhere. In fact, we do need it elsewhere. So we could, in the worst case, just leave it hollow because, well, no, this is going to be visible from the inside. These ones, is this visible from the inside? This is not visible from the inside, so this is fine. Are these visible from the inside? This one is visible from the inside because, okay, so that's not visible from the inside because of the elevator. This one is visible from the inside though, so actually we can't do that. Well, I don't care too much about the inside visibility, but still. If only there was a way. If only there was a way. So what if we take these off? Take this off as well. And basically we use these 1x4s at the bottom and use the 1x8 at the top. And this way we can also gain these studs so we can use them elsewhere. So going back with the original plan. So this guy, then this, so this comes back. When it comes back, it frees up these and this. And again, this. Oh, are we off by one? This should go here. No, it should go here. This should go here. And this here. Okay. Then we can plug in. Oh, I already have one. This can go here. Now if we need to plug in, well, I already have one. We could use the long plate right here. And we have one more. We could use this one as well. We have these we could use here if we need to. Yeah, I believe this is closer to the ideal solution. And this looks like it goes here. Yeah, no problem there. So yeah, that big ugly gap, we got rid of that. I'm going to go. Happy birthday again and enjoy the build. Thank you so much for joining, and I hope to see you again tomorrow or whenever you have time. And hello to Cliff965. Thank you so much for joining. I'm currently on bag 2 of the Daily Bugle. There are some challenges building this without the instructions, but overall I'm enjoying it. I'm doing this as a birthday treat for myself. So yeah, at some point above the elevators, we're going to use this piece to attach some stuff. With that out of the way, it gives us more pieces to be used elsewhere. As for where that piece goes, let's see. Let's say I'd say 1 or 2 bricks below the top level. I'd say 1 brick below. So most of this stuff can stay. This used to be here. Like some of this, actually, it's this level exactly that needs to change. Yes, I know I'm doing things in a weird order, but bear with me. It will make sense in the end. One by 3. I need another 1 by 3 here. Probably. Yeah, this goes here for sure. This goes here. Well. This goes here. Fits perfectly. This goes here. Yeah, overall, this is where we want to be. We have some adjustments to be made to be sure, but this is the general idea. Better than what we had before, at least. And now we know that we can plug this in here. And we also have a bunch of this stuff we know as well, namely the exit button, this. Yeah, we're done with this level. Can plug this in here. So in the end, we got lucky because we ended up with a bunch of these. So if we can find a way to, this is not like the best solution, but if I could put like these 3 1 by 1s next to each other, they do fill the gap. And then this goes here. And actually, this would probably go in here instead. So, or maybe it's just this. No, it can't be this. It's gotta be. Could it be this? We have 2 of these. 1, 2. I feel like we're very close to the final solution here for this bag. And then this on top. No. You are building my dream Lego set, and also happy birthday. Oh, glad to hear this is your dream Lego set. It's a pretty fun set, all things considered. I already have 3 minifigures built. This is just in bags 2. And yeah, figuring out like all these gray pieces is a bit challenging, but it's a fun challenge. At first I got it horribly wrong, and now it's like slightly wrong, but it's fun. So probably we'll have to use this again. But then we'll need the 1x4s that we don't have in light bluish gray. Not enough of them, so we can't do that. Maybe you can remove this piece, and also we have only 1 of these, not 2. Maybe this does not belong here. Maybe this belongs here instead. And then we'll adjust it to so let's adjust this to match the grid here. So we need like some long plate or something just to test that this, well, it's got to be here. The end result is that this needs to be here. So in order to do that, and can this be here as well? Yeah, so this would make sense for it to be here. And lo and behold, these two make the thing fit perfectly, and they will not be visible in the end. So this is a perfect solution for this particular part. Now, does it look good on the other side? And by the way, I'll add the door now. I have very, very little hope of finding the sticker that I lost, unfortunately, when I was trying to set this up. If by some miracle I do find it, I will attach the sticker, but I think at this point, all hope is lost. It's no big deal. It's just supposed to be a sticker here that says danger, keep out, or something. You can rewind to the beginning of the video if you really want to see it, but it's nothing too special. Okay, now this goes here. We have just a few, just a 1x2 that I need to put a 1x2 right here. I have a 1x2 brick. I need a 1x2 plate. So somewhere I need to remove the plates and get this. I also have like these tiles, so I could sacrifice the plates somewhere and put like tiles there in the worst case, so I know that I have a solution. I'll try to see if I can come up with something better. Basically, is there any situation here where we have multiple plates stacked on top of each other that can indeed be replaced by a brick? This might look like it, but the answer is no, because there's actually this thing here, and same thing for this right here, so those cannot be considered. I think that's all we have, like plates on top of plates. Whatever we're attaching here better be important. Looks like it's just going to be another brick. It's not strictly necessary to have anything here, although of course it helps. So in order to quickly solve the problem, I'll again resort to mildly illegal techniques. Don't tell anyone I did this, but basically I'll borrow this piece from here, put it where it needs to go, and then here this is the illegal part, putting like a printed piece like this, putting stuff on top of a printed piece. But since this is a 1x1, I think we can like make an exception for it. Nobody's gonna care about this piece. I have a bunch of it already. It's not particularly rare or extremely valuable. It's probably worth like 1 cent. So I'm willing to make the sacrifice. And yes, this comes at the cost of stability. Like right here, like these are not attached super securely, but there's going to be other stuff that holds the whole thing together. So it's such that this is not going to be a big deal. So we ended up not using these two in this entire building phase, which is pretty interesting. So we used all the pieces except these two. We should have used these two instead of the extra pieces, but overall, I think it's fine. So I'm going to look at bag 3 and see the amount of effort, but it looks like we're probably not going to do it today. But give me a moment to check that. I'll just do the bag 2 announcement first. And that's just for the benefit of people watching this later or watching the review. Bags 2 give us 2 additional minifigures, which are Ron Barney and Gwen Stacy. Bags 2 give us Ron Barney as well as Gwen Stacy, the minifigures, and we build some of the interiors of the lobby of the set, as well as the exterior walls, specifically these 2 walls right here. And this part was challenging to figure out, just to know how to deal with the elevator, and then there's some stuff that's on the side to have stuff that we're going to attach in future building phases. So to get all this working and aligned with the grid, it took some trial and error, but I was able to come up with a solution, as you can see right here. So it is starting to get late in my time zone. The thing has how many? 12 bags. So if you do 3 bags a night, that's 4 days. So I'll try to see if I can do bag 3. Let's take a look. I have not made a decision yet on whether I'm going to build it or not, but we'll take a look first. Bag 3 has this, and this. It's mainly just transparent parts. And there's 3 bags 4, but only 2 bags 3. So maybe this is worth a try. Maybe it's worth a try. Let's see. In terms of the building phases, bags 1, 2, 3. Looks like there's going to be a hole in the wall when we are done with this, but that's okay. Yeah, let's do bag 3. This is going to be the last bag for tonight, most likely. Unless bag 4 is small, but I've seen like three bags for bag 4. So this is probably where we'll end up tonight. I do see a lot of red pieces. It's probably for some minifigure. So as usual, I'll move the build away temporarily just to look at what's going on with the pieces. Here it's mostly transparent parts. A bunch of these dinosaur tails in red. Oh, and look at this piece. It's pretty scuffed. That sucks. Yeah, that's annoying for a set that costs hundreds of dollars. Good thing is that I do have a replacement. So let me go grab a replacement. These were at my LEGO store relatively recently. I can actually go to the LEGO store and tell them to replace this for me free of charge, but I'll do that later if they have this still in stock. But for now, I'll put it to the side. I have it on video that I got it scuffed right out of the bag. I'll get a replacement piece and I'll be right back. I am back, and here's a piece that is not scuffed. There's some very, very minor scratches on this one, but I still prefer this over this one. It has a big scratch on it. Yeah, that's unacceptable if you ask me, to have like that piece just thrown in there with a bunch of random big pieces like that. That does not make sense to me. If it was like a $10 set, $15 set, I'm like, okay, yeah, fine. It's not the end of the world, and it's just a set for kids that they can build like on a road trip or something to pass the time. But even then, like even for kids, as a kid, I would not want to receive scratch pieces. But for an adult set, 18 plus set, collector level model, this does not fly. Scratched pieces like that. No way, Jose. As we used to say when we were kids. They never really explained who Jose was. Alright, so you get at least one minifigure here, maybe two. I like the skull. Dual molded legs with white at the bottom, black at the top. That's interesting. Hairpiece. This minifigure thing, I'm not sure what it's called. Binoculars. Some kind of weapon. These minifigures are interesting. So basically we have Carnage in his most basic form. It's just these three pieces here. And then on the back of the box, we see that he has a pretty elaborate outfit. So I will dress him up as he is shown on the back of the box. So it's quite an interesting way that they did it. I'll show you the back print of the torso right now. It kind of looks like a heart, if you ask me. Focus. Try to bring the flash back. Yeah, there it is, it's back. So here's the torso. I know it's blurry. Okay, yeah, that's the back. It's gonna get covered up by this piece. And here's the face. There is no alternative expression because there's printing on the back and there's no head piece or hair piece to cover it anyway. The printing continues in the legs. No side printing, but at least there's good printing from the front. And this guy has like lots and lots of stuff that we attach to him. Very interesting, actually. This, and these are used at the bottom, I believe. This is used on one of his hands. So he has like this evil energy that he's spouting about. So we'll do the hands first. I need both hands to lift this box. We have hollow studs and a horn and one of those curved swords. So hollow studs on both sides. Then a horn on this side. And a curved sword-like piece on the other side. This thing here. I would not want to face this guy in a fight. Yeah, that looks menacing. And here we have all of these. We're just building the minifigure at this point. And at the top, we have these dinosaur tails. There should be another dinosaur tail somewhere, I believe. Let me check that. So there should be two dinosaur tails and two horns. I'm missing a dinosaur tail. Right, it seems like I have an extra of this, but this is a standard extra piece. It might come up. Although it's red, so it should be obvious by now. Or am I missing something? Oh yeah, there it is. Surprisingly well hidden for a bright red piece. So there you go. That's Carnage. It's a pretty badass minifigure. Yeah, definitely not your standard minifigure. This is pretty interesting. Pretty menacing. Yeah, that's good. He's gonna terrorize the rest. And then the other guy is, well, the Punisher. I've heard of this guy, but I did not recognize him in Lego form. This guy has a friendly expression, although for the Punisher, based on his name, I think this expression is more suitable for him. Yeah. So Carnage and the Punisher, we get these in bag 3. And with that, we can actually start the build. Not that many pieces here, but yeah. Hopefully not too many complications. Okay, so we'll bring the build back now. And as a reminder, here's what we have so far from bags 1, just the ground and the tiles, and bags 2, which is basically this stuff here. So we can start with the easy stuff, which is just building the walls all around. We do know that like there's going to be a sliding door involving this piece somehow. It's going to like slide back and forth, but we don't know exactly how that's going to work yet. Just searching for the tiles. I guess they'll turn up eventually. Now I know I need to stack these into groups of 5 while trying not to leave any fingerprints on them. So holding them from the sides as much as possible, and of course making sure they're not flipped upside down. So this might be like the most boring part of the build, but at least it's better than the Avengers Tower. We have to put the individual window panes in like the pane holders, whatever those are called. And that's a pain. Pun intended. I hear a lot of YouTubers using this song, which means it's probably safe. Comes up in like ads and parodies and things like that. Sparkling water, if you know the reference. And for those of you who don't know, this song is called Interstellar. So we need 8 of these. We now have 5. These were also at the LEGO store in Ottawa, Ontario, relatively recently. So that's another good way to stock up on them if you want to use them for your own stuff. There we go. Last one. And we should have 4 more, something like that. And then these should be used just 2 at a time. And this like 4 of these. All right, last one. And by doing this, we have significantly reduced the amount of pieces involved. So relatively quickly, we should be able to assemble everything. Now it should be easier to find those tiles. The 1x2 light bluish gray tiles. I still don't see them anywhere. But they'll turn up eventually. Or perhaps they're not tiles at all, but rather these. Yeah, that makes more sense actually. So here we know there's going to be corner bricks here and at the other corner. And we again have the alternating pattern. And of course, with these first. So same pattern as before, but when you see something the second time or the third time, it's more familiar. It's easier to deal with. Basically pile up as many of these as we need to get to the level of these. Let's put these first so we don't forget. Yeah, so now we can start putting these glass panes here. Well, fake glass, but you know what I mean. And with that, we see that we need at least one more of these, probably two more. And this is all very unstable now, but it will become stable once we connect everything from the top. This matches with this exactly. So I'll remove this just to be able to duplicate it. Basically 6 of these. You can also do the math to figure that out if you prefer. One, two, three. 4, 5, 6. This one will go here. We need another one for the other side, but this one is already done. All right. So I have this going here. All right, so we can start to assemble these now. All right. Take these out for now because we will no longer be able to access the interior once we add the door and stuff. We also have the alternating ones that we'll do right now. Same thing here. There we go. Yeah, so this part of the build is pretty fast to do. Next, let's build the hole in the wall, because we have a pretty good idea on how to build that. Oh, let's also put these here. You know they go there. Yeah, so basically here there's going to be a hole in the wall to be able to recreate scenes from various films. Come on. These ads are so long. It appears that there's a 1x4. Well, first we need a plate here. Oh, and I recognize this. This is very likely going to be used with the door. In fact, I would say it's pretty much certain at this point. Oh, we do have a corner brick here. This kind of tells me we probably should have used that corner piece over there, but no big deal. We did what we could with the knowledge that we had at the time. Let's have one of these. I have reason to believe that this goes like this. I'm not entirely sure because it's 9. So 9 is either 6 plus 3 or 4 plus 1 plus 5. But I do see like a seam for this, like from the building phase. I'll go with this for now. Gonna need another one of these. It's always the small parts that you run out of quickly. One by three, yes. This is to avoid any gaps. I just find it shocking how bag 3 is so much easier than bag 2. Like, there's no comparison. Looks like there's another 1x3 here. And then something to connect this to that. Yeah, that makes sense. Oops. Gotta be careful when attaching these. This whole thing is held together by only a single stud from the bottom. But now it's time to stabilize everything. Or as soon as we figure out the door, then we can stabilize everything. But yeah, there's going to be a big hole in the wall because of the villains that blast through the building. So I know there's going to be something about this door. There's going to be like somewhere for it to slide using this thing. There's got to be something that allows it to slide somewhere. Again, what I think I'll do is I'll build the thing and then I might undo it later. So here, I see a bunch of those bricks. I'll just put the door here in case I discover how it becomes relevant. So it looks like there's got to be something to cover this. And could it be this piece that goes here? Directly on top. Well, it won't really protect this thing from falling. So could this piece go here? Because it can't face this way, obviously, so it's got to be facing this way. If you put it here, it's useless, so it's got to be on the door, I believe. Then we can start to stabilize things in the meantime by using these pieces. So much more stable with just that one piece. And here is just my guess that this is the piece that goes here. But in fact, it's not this piece. It's this. Now we can start to use those giant bricks. I'm guessing they limited the size of the set just in order to be able to use like these 16 long bricks. So I know there's 16 length because if you take 2 of them, they're gonna add up to 32, which is the length of the base plate. So essentially this is half the width of the base plate. So yeah, this goes here, and there's going to be another one on the other side. This is going to further add stability to the set. And this is why we needed that piece here. All right, so we figured out pretty much everything except for the door. We have a bunch of pieces left, so we have a bit of flexibility, I think, as to how to deal with the door. I wish I could see this from a different angle. That would really help. In theory, I have something like this. And very likely it's going to be the same on the other side. then these would go here. Same thing for these guys. We're getting closer and closer to the solution. It looks like this goes here, this goes here. Through the process of elimination of stuff that looks like bricks, but we don't have any 1x1s anymore, so these will have to do. This can be placed here. We just need some pieces to figure out first before we can do that. Yeah, it looks like I'm missing a piece. So one thing we do know is that this is going to go here. There's going to be these attached to it, but then we also are missing a brick, like right here. I don't know where that went. This is the only one that I'm not seeing directly, so it's got to be this one. I just don't see what else would go there. Unless there's something inside. I don't see anything to be clipped on inside. On the other hand, there has to be something that's clipped. It's the only possible logical explanation, right? So basically we liberate this piece so we can put it here. And there's got to be something that we're clipping, or maybe it's a doorstop. Could it be a doorstop here? It wouldn't make sense for this clip to be here because that would go against the whole doorstop thing. This is already built, previous building phase. So it looks like here we just have like some bricks then. That's weird. I don't know what this would do, for example. I want to take a pause, but I'm just so close to finishing this bag. Sometimes I'm just missing a piece in the corner and stuff. I don't see it now. Missing a couple 1x4s. Instead I have a 1x6 and actually I have the 1x4s here. Never mind. Oop. If I'm starting to knock things over, it means I'm pretty tired. I didn't realize I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. That's a long time. That's a long time. I'm very close to finishing bag 3, but at the same time, I'm missing something here. And I've ran out of energy to figure out what to do. So I think I'll call it a night right now. Thank you everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed. We'll continue the last few pieces of bag 3 tomorrow, or maybe I'll just do it offline because it's just a few pieces. And then we'll resume from bag 4 tomorrow. But you've seen pretty much the whole build. So just to recap what we did today, basically this is going to go here. Yeah, I'll just put this here for now. I'll figure it out later. So we basically built the front facade of the tower, including like the very nice glass panes at the front. We built the hole in the wall as well, and we stabilized everything with the pieces at the top. We also got 2 new minifigures, Carnage and the Punisher. Both of these are very nice to get, but especially Carnage. I love the way they rendered this minifigure with all those energy elements. That's pretty cool. And here's a look at the first 3 minifigures of the set in case you missed the first part of the live stream. So here we have Aunt May, Gwen Stacy, as well as Ron Barney. I keep looking up his name because I'm not very familiar with the character. So yeah, with this, I'll wrap up the live stream right here. Again, just a few pieces remaining for bag 3, but I ran out of energy entirely. So we'll leave that for another time. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye-bye.